All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file KSC BC 2020-06, the Special Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selim, and Jakub Kresnici.
Thank you. Before we start, I have a question for the Thaçi defense in relation to statements admitted pursuant to Rule 143-2C. I just want to make sure I understand your statement the other day when that was admitted. Does the panel understand correctly that you are suggesting that once a statement is admitted pursuant to this rule, the panel can only rely on it for the truth of its content in relation to those parts which were put to the witness during the viva voce testimony?
That is correct, and to the extent that they're inconsistent with what the witness said in court. Otherwise, matters that were in the statement that were not put to the witness, by definition, cannot be inconsistent with anything.
What I'm going to ask is, if since that is your position, if you would put together briefly your authorities on that issue and provide it to us by November 20th?
Yes, we will do that.
Okay, and then response by SBO can be within 5 days after that. We don't need a reply. All right. I note that Mr. Kresnici is appearing via video link today. The other accused are all present in court. Today we will start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04043. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. No, he should remain standing, please. Good morning, witness. Oh, put your. Good morning, witness. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
Provide you with the text of a solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our rules. So please look at the document and then read it aloud. Read it, yes.
May I? Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
You may be seated. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last through this day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Victims' counsel will not be asking you questions. Therefore, once the prosecution is finished, the defense will be asking you questions. Members of the panel may also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. The defense estimates that it will need 2.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in the use of their time, and the panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an additional instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. We begin with the direct examination by the prosecution to your left, and we will, Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. We have met before.
Good morning.
Again, I am Andrew Boyle with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, and I will be asking you some questions for the next hour. As was explained to you during your preparation session a few days ago, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information into evidence. In order to do so, there are a number of procedural steps that we have to follow, which I will turn to after establishing your identity. Mr. Witness, what is your name?
Ivanišević,
My name is Dragan Ivanišević.
And what is your date of birth?
12.
The 12th of November, 1962.
What is your nationality?
Srbin.
Serbian.
And court officer, I would like to call up 106-336-TR-ET Part 1, Red 2. And in Serbian, that is 106-336-TR-ST Part 1, Red. Mr. Ivanišević, do you see the document on your screen?
Da, vidim.
Yes, I do.
The document refers to an interview with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office in April of 2022. Do you remember meeting with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office members in April 2022 and being asked questions about what happened to you and others in 1999?
Da, sjećam se.
Yes, I remember.
And do you recall reading this statement a few days ago?
Da, sjećam se.
Yes, I remember.
recall being provided with an opportunity to make clarifications in relation to this statement?
Da, sećam se.
Yes, I remember that too.
Do you recall that you made a number of clarifications to this prior statement?
Da, sećam.
Yes, I do.
Recall that these clarifications and corrections were included in a note which was read back to you.
Da,
Yes.
Subject to the corrections set out in that note is the information provided in the statement I referred you to today accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
da, tačno.
Yes, they're true.
And subject to the corrections set out in the note, does the statement I referred you to today accurately reflect what you would say if you were examined about the events recorded therein?
Da,
Yes.
Your Honors, I would like to seek the admission of Mr. Ivanisevich's prior statement pursuant to Rule 154, the relevant ERNs of which are in 3 languages: English 106.336-TR-ET, Part 1, Red 2, and 106.336-TR-ET, Parts 2 through 4. In Albanian, that's 106.336-TR-AT, Part 1, Red 2, and Parts 2 through 4. And in Serbian, that's 106.336-TR-ST, Part 1, Red, and Parts 2 through 4. As indicated in the Rule 154 motion for this witness, I'd also seek to tender the associated exhibits for this statement. And those numbers are, the first one is SPOE 003-41540. It's a single-page document. And the next one is 106.334 to 106.335. I also seek the admission of the preparation note at 116.792 to 116.795, which contains the clarifications made during the witness preparation session as concerns the proposed Rule 154 statement.
No objection.
The prior statements, plus the associated exhibits, which are SPOE 0341540 and 106.334 to 106.335, and the note, the prep note 116.792 to 116.795 are all admitted and will be assigned numbers by the court officer.
Thank you, Your Honors. The statements, parts 1 through 4, will be assigned exhibit numbers P694.1 for part 1, P694.2 for part 2, P694.3 for part 3, and P694.4 for part 4. The associated exhibit SPOE 003415540 will be exhibit P695. 106.334 to 106.335 will be exhibit P696, and the preparatory note 106.792 to 106.795 will be exhibit P697. And Your Honors, I note that they're all marked as confidential. Perhaps that can be clarified.
What's the position by the prosecution on the classification? Can they be made public?
These can be made public.
Any objection to that by anybody in the defense? Those documents as just enumerated by the court officer, are reclassified as public. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honors, on 3 November 2023, the SPO circulated a proposed summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 testimony to the panel, defense, and victims' counsel. We have not received any objection to the summary, and therefore, before commencing the supplementary questioning, I will provide a brief summary of Mr. Ivanisevich's evidence contained in the documents that have just been admitted.
You may proceed.
The witness, Mr. Dragan Ivanisevich, was driving home from a place near Pristina on the evening of 9 February 1999 when he was abducted by armed men wearing KLA uniforms. Over the next hour or so, the KLA transported the witness in various cars, including a white Lada Standard, through different locations in Kosovo. The witness's abduction overlapped with the KLA abduction of Veljko Markovic. The witness saw Markovic on the day of their abduction several times, including when they were held together in the trunk of a white Lada Standard during transport from one location to another. During that time, Mr. Markovic told the witness, inter alia, that he was a policeman, but intended to tell his captors only that he worked for the railroad. Mr. Markovic and the witness eventually managed to open the trunk, and the witness successfully escaped, while Mr. Markovic remained in KLA custody. After his escape, the witness learned from others, including Mr. Markovic's family, that Markovic had last been seen on the same day that the witness was abducted, driving a white Lada Standard. He also learned from Mr. Markovic that Mr. Markovic worked as a policeman for a railroad, the same information that he had received from Mr. Markovic directly when they were held together in the trunk of a white Lada Standard. The witness also learned that Mr. Markovic had not returned home. Mr. Ivanisevich, in your statements that were just admitted, you state that you were detained by the KLA around 6 p.m. on 9 February 1999 near Novo Selo. Did you ever learn on what date and approximately what time Veljko Markovic and Nebojša Đurisic were last seen?
Đurić.
Poslednji
Yes, well, they were seen for the last time on an evening. They were at a cafe, and when they left the cafe around between 4 and 5, this cafe was in Kosovo Polje, so they left the cafe around between 4 and 5, and that's the last time they were seen.
Tell us the date that you learned that they left this cafe.
9.
On the 9th of February.
You also say in your admitted statements that Markovic and Đurić were last seen together leaving the cafe, and you just told us that. This cafe, you mentioned, where was that located?
That was just in Kosovo Polje.
That was in Kosovo Polje.
Court officer, could we please call up SITF 003-195-72 to 003-203-26 and go to page SITF 003-195-87? And this should not be shown publicly. you. Mr. Ivanisevic, there is no Serbian version of this document, so I will describe the relevant content to you so that it's translated for you. This is an ICRC list of missing persons in relation to events in Kosovo that was produced in March of 2001. And the missing persons on this list are listed chronologically by date of disappearance. And if the court officer could zoom in a little bit on the entries for the 9th of February, 1999. Thank you. Mr. Ivanisevic, there are only 2 entries in this document with a date indicated of 9 February 1999. One of them is for Juric Nebojsa and one for Markovic Velko. And it says that each of them was last seen in Kosovo Polje. Is that the same location that you just mentioned to us?
Da.
Yes.
And in your statement that has been admitted, you explained that you were stopped by the KLA on the road from Pristina to Vučitrn near a town called Novo Selo. Are you able to say approximately how far Kosovo Polje is from where you were detained?
Otprilike
About 30 kilometers.
Mr. Ivanisevic, you described being placed in the back of a Golf car with Mr. Markovic. From your observations of him, did you have an opportunity to form an impression of his age?
so
Well, it was dark, but I would say he was around 35. But I'm not sure because the visibility was not great, but approximately he was about 35.
Mr. Ivanisevic, with reference to this document that is still on your screen, it has the dates of birth of the missing persons, and it gives a date of birth for Mr. Markovic as 4 March 1965. So he would have been 33, almost 34 at the time of your detention. Is that consistent with what you just told us about your estimate of his age?
da.
Yes, yes, it is consistent.
Your Honors, I would like to tender this page of this document.
Any objection?
No objection.
Nothing. SITF 003-19572 to 003-20326 is admitted.
Your Honors, I believe.
Just the page, just the single page.
The page is with ERN SITF 003-19587, and that will be assigned exhibit P698.
Thank you.
Mr. Ivanisevic, when you first saw...
Microphone, please.
Mr. Ivanisevic, when you first saw Mr. Markovic in the back of the Golf car, how did he appear to you? What was your impression of his demeanor?
He appeared pretty concerned, worried. He was sitting kind of leaning forward. He was deep in thoughts. He seemed like he was humiliated. He felt humiliated.
And were there any KLA near him at the time when you first saw him?
Da, da.
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the person or persons that were near him and what they were doing?
The KLA member who was guarding him had an automatic weapon. He was standing next to the car on the driver's side, and the door was open. So he was pointing this weapon at him, and the man was seated on the back seat of the Golf.
Mr. Ivanisevic, you described Mr. Ivanisevic, you describe in your statement that at one point you were forced to drive your own car, a Fiat, and you are speaking with one of the KLA members that is in the car with you. And did that man in the car with you ever mention any other abductions of other persons to you?
U toku vožnje
While I was driving my car, he was seated next to me. And among the questions that he asked, he said at one point, "Don't be afraid. It'll be like what happened with Bigovic, Misho Bigovic."
mada sam ja
And then from the tone of his voice, I had the impression that that did not depend on him, that it wasn't up to him.
And when he referenced Misho Bigovic, did you know who that was?
Mišo Bigović je kidnapovan zajedno sa njegovom ženom pre mene, da li mesec ili dva, to ne mogu sad da... Znam da je bilo zimsko vreme.
Interpreters, apologies, I was on the wrong channel. If you could please ask the witness to repeat.
Mr. Ivanisevic, I'm going to ask you the question again because there was an issue with the interpretation. Did you know who this Miso Bigovic was when he referenced the name to you?
Ja znam.
I do. I knew him. I talked to him later on once we went to Mitrovica as refugees, so I knew him by sight and I know him personally.
The individual in your car referenced the situation of Miso Bigovic. Did you know at that time anything about Mr. Bigovic or about what had happened to him?
Da, znam.
Yes, I did. He was released with the assistance of the OSCE 3 days or perhaps 5 or 6 days after he had been abducted, and that could be seen on TV.
And did you know anything about where he had been detained or where he had been released?
Iz njegovog priča
From what he said later on when we met, I could grasp that he did not know where he was. Only when they released him, they brought him close to his village from the direction of Čičavica mountain.
And did you learn anything about who had abducted him?
to da, on
Yes, he said that these were men from the UCK, and he even recognized the men from Vučićan who questioned him in a camp or a base of the UCK. But he didn't tell me the name, or perhaps he did, but I cannot remember it any longer.
And do you know, is Miso a nickname for another name?
Mišo, verovatno
Misho is probably an abbreviation or a nickname. We usually call someone Misho if his first name is Miloš or Milan or something like that. I don't know his actual name. I know his son. I know him by sight. Later on, I got to know him better. I know his relatives.
And you mentioned just a little bit ago that it was your impression that the individual that was in your Fiat with you, the KLA individual, that your fate was not up to him. Can you explain what you mean by that?
dok sam ja vozio moj
While I was driving my car, he asked me what my name was and where I worked.
ostalog u jednom
And inter alia, at one point, he offered me cigarettes. I first said I did not smoke. And then later on I said, well, okay, let me have one. And among the number of things that he asked me, he also said, I could see that he was not really comfortable. He asked me, among other things, about my cousin, and I had the impression that they had worked somewhere together, because he asked me, where is he working now? And then he wanted to give me some relief, and he said, don't worry, you're going to fare the same as Bigovic. And when he uttered that, I could see that he himself did not really believe his own words, because it wasn't up to him. I could feel that, judging by his voice, by his tone.
Back briefly to when you were in the back of the Golf with Mr. Markovich, and he had the gun trained on him. Did you get the impression that he was concerned at all about what his circumstances were?
Da, da.
Yes.
And what about him gave you that impression?
Na osnovu njegovog položaja
The position in which he was sitting. His bearing, he was dejected, humiliated, scared.
And can you
kasnije,
apologize for cutting you off, please continue.
kasnije u jednom
Later, at one point, as we were being driven and as they turned into Zekici, close to the mill, in contrast to the place where they abducted us, the distance from the place of abduction and that place was perhaps 500 meters. And when they turned there, the man who was watching us and had his rifle pointed at us,
i ja sam ga udario nogom da uradimo nešto,
looked at the driver, and then I nudged him, but he just glanced at me, and then he said, "You better kill us right here on the spot." And that was something I confirmed too.
As well, did you also, are you saying that you also told them that they should just kill you right there on the spot?
da, rekao sam, da, bolje.
Yes, I said, yes, that would be better to do it right here. That's what I said.
And what was it that made you say that to them?
Iz razloga
What made me was that I thought we should be spared any possible torture, and also that our families would know what our fate was.
izbjegli
So the reason was to avoid being tortured and making sure that our relatives would know what happened to us. At least that was my own personal reason for saying that.
Any of the KLA individuals in the car respond when yourself and Mr. Markovich said this?
ne, tada ništa.
No, there was no reaction then.
Mr. Ivanasevich, in your admitted statement, and this is at P694.3, page 21, you describe when you were removed from the trunk of your Fiat car and then placed in the trunk of the Lada Standard car along with Mr. Markovich. Can you please explain for the court how physically you and Mr. Markovich were arranged within the trunk of the Lada Standard?
Mogu, da.
Yes, I can.
On je bio iza mene,
he was behind me. His head was on one side and his legs behind my head, and my legs and feet were next to his head, and my head was on the other side. And as I was bent, I had to lift my knees a bit because the trunk could not be closed completely.
And what was the first thing that Mr. Markovic did when you were placed in the trunk together?
Prvo mi je tražio, vidi,
The first thing, he searched for my hand, and he told me, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. And we held each other like this. I could see that he was very scared, and he asked me immediately, are you a policeman? The first question he asked was, were you with me in the Gulf? And I said yes. And then he asked me, are you a policeman? I said, no. How about you?
razumeo sam ga,
And I just understood that he said yes. And as for the rest, I could only understand that he would say that he was a railway worker. When I asked him, are you a policeman? He said yes, but he then added that he would say as a justification for himself that he was a railway worker. And later on, I learned that he was a policeman who worked as an escort traveling on trains. Should I continue?
Sufficient for now, thank you. In your admitted statement, you also state at one point that you were or are a mechanic. Can you please tell the court more about what you mean by saying that you're a mechanic and what experience you had in that regard at the time that you were abducted?
ja sam do kraja 1990.
Until the end of 1998, I worked as a car mechanic. And as of the new year, 1999, so that is to say a month and 10 days or so, I worked as a driver. I was transferred to the position of a driver, and I had big experience as a car mechanic. That was what I specialized in, and that was what I did as my work, and I was well versed in this line of work.
Based on that experience, how would you rate your ability to identify different types of car makes and models?
Dobro poznam.
I'm quite familiar with the models that were used at the time, quite well. My uncle on my mother's side had the same type of car. It's a model from the early 1970s. That's when the production began, if I'm not mistaken, in the early 70s, but at least you could buy it in our country in early 1970s, around 1972. You could get a model like that. And I was quite familiar with that model, Lada Standard. That's the model I'm talking about. I was quite familiar with it.
And also in your admitted statement. Also, in your admitted statement, you discuss the white Lada Standard, and you say that it is also called something, a Zaguli. Do you know if a Lada Standard or a Zaguli also has another name involving a number?
Poznat je pod imenom Fiat 100.
It's also known as Fiat 124. And the model was developed from Fiat 124, the Italian model of the Fiat. The Lada, that is to say, the Russians got a license and they were manufacturing this model of Lada car.
Do you know if there is a name that this car is known by that references the size of the engine of the Lada?
Well, I know that it had 1200 cubic meters. I'm not sure what exactly you're asking me about.
Transcript of the translation, excuse me, counsel, it goes back to your question involving a number. We have not gotten the translation on anything since then. Is that right with everybody?
Mr. President, the live transcript is down.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Mine is the same. We'll look into it. Witness, we're having a technical problem right now. We'll try to fix it soon. You should be, I thought we were fixed, but we're not. I've been told it ought to work now, so.
Mr. Witness, right before we paused to fix the transcript issue, you referenced the 1200 size engine of the car. Have you ever heard the car referenced as a Lada 1200?
Excuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Madam Court Officer, I'm still not getting any live feed. All right, we'll try again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Ivanisevich, I was asking you, you referenced the 1200 cc size of the car's engine. Did you ever hear of this car as being referenced as a Lada 1200?
Da, čuo sam.
Yes, I heard it. It's called 1200 anyway, and the standard was a colloquial name for it. It's how the people used to refer to it. That's not part of its production name, and the reason was that other models were later developed from it.
And when you had an opportunity to speak with Veljko Markovic's father, did he ever tell you what type of car his son drove?
Da, jeste.
Yes, he did. He confirmed that he was driving that car, that model, and of the same color that I had seen. So that same model, the make and the color. He confirmed that his son was driving just such a car.
Absolutely clear. When you say just such a car, you're referring to a white Lada Standard?
Da, da.
Yes, yes.
In the statement that has now been admitted, you say that the man you were detained with was a little bit shorter than you. Can you tell the court how tall you are?
Ja,
179 is my height.
Officer, could you please call up SPOE 003-41655. That's a single-page document, and it can be shown publicly. This has Serbian, Albanian, and English all on the same page. Mr. Ivanisevic, this is a missing notice for Mr. Markovic, and you'll be able to see that it says, quote, Mr. Markovic may have been driving his private vehicle, a white Lada 1200, 17 or 18 years old, close quote. Is that consistent with the car that you saw and that you were placed in the trunk of with Mr. Markovic?
da, od,
Yes, it is consistent.
And it also says in this notice, in describing Mr. Markovic, that he was about 175 centimeters tall and about 90 kilos. Is that consistent with what you observed regarding the man that you were detained with?
da, od,
Yes, it is consistent. He was a little bit less tall and a little bit fatter than I was. I was about 75 to 79 kilos at the time. So my weight was between 75 and 79, but he was a bit fatter and he was somewhat shorter. That's what I could judge.
To tender this document?
No objection.
No objection shown. SPO E00341655 is admitted.
Your Honors, that will be assigned Exhibit P699, and Your Honors, I note it's currently classified as confidential, but as it was shown to the public, it can be reclassified to confidential.
Reclassified as public.
That's correct, yes. Court officer, if we could have SPOE 41539 on the screen. The Serbian is the same number with ST at the end, and this can also be shown publicly. Mr. Ivanisevic, this is a document from the OSCE, and the document, as you can see, is titled, quote, "Investigation of Allegedly Kidnapped Serb Policemen," close quote. And then it lists as victims Veljko Markovic and Đurić Nebojša. And it states that OSCE investigators spoke with an OSCE human rights officer who interviewed you, Mr. Ivanisevic, on the 13th of February, 1999. Do you recall meeting with a representative of the OSCE a few days after your escape?
Yes, I remember.
And this report also states a number of details regarding your abduction, including that you were at one point held in the trunk of your own car, a Fiat, and that you were held in the trunk of a Lada. Are those details accurate and consistent with what you have told us today?
Da, tačni su.
Yes, they're correct.
Your Honors, I would tender this document.
No objection.
No objection indicated. SPOE 00341539 plus the Serbian is admitted.
Your Honors, I will be assigning Exhibit P700 and the same question regarding the classification.
This can also be public, thank you.
The document will be reclassified as public. Go ahead.
Mr. Ivanisevic, you state in your tendered statement that family members of Nebojša Đurić also came to visit you after you escaped. Do you know, or can you tell the court why it was that they came to visit you?
Oni su do...
Well, they came to ask me if I knew anything more about their son. His father and mother came to see me, and I think his sister was there too. There were three of them. His father, his mother, and his sister, as far as I can recall. I'm not sure about the third member. They came to see me to ask me what I could tell them about him, whether I had seen him. But I did not see him.
And when they came to visit you, did they tell you what they had heard or learned about the disappearance of Nebojša?
Čuli su
They heard that he had set off with Veljko Markovic and that he hadn't been seen since.
Oni su to čuli, pošto je i on bio policajac.
That's what they heard, because he too was a policeman, and this is what they heard from his colleagues, and he was never seen again. He never came back.
Court officer, could we please have SPOE 003-41654 on the screen? It's a single-page document with all three languages, and it can also be shown publicly. Mr. Ivanasevich, this is a missing notice for Nebojsa Juric, and do you see where this document says that, quote, he seemed to have disappeared riding with his colleague Velko Markovic in Markovic's vehicle, a white Lada 1200, 17 or 18 years old, close quote. Is that consistent with the information that you learned regarding Juric's disappearance?
Da, da.
Yes, it is consistent.
And does that information regarding the car, is that consistent with the car that you saw and that you were placed in the trunk of?
Da.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Ivanasevich, I apologize. I would like to tender this document, Your Honor.
SPOE 00341654 is admitted, plus the translations.
And Your Honors, that will be assigned Exhibit P 701, and should it be reclassified as public?
And reclassified as public, yes.
This will
Apologies.
also be reclassified as public.
Mr. Ivanasevich, I'd like to now move to when you escaped from the trunk of the Lada Standard. And you explained in your statement that when you escaped, your captors chased after you and fired guns at you. Can you please describe for the court what occurred when you escaped from the car? How long did the individuals search for you? How many of them were there, etc.?
U trenutku
When I opened the trunk, I asked Veljko, what are we going to do? Shall we run? I asked this person who was next to me. And he said, they will shoot. But I said, well, let them shoot, but I will run. And I told him that I had opened the lid of the trunk. And then he put out his arm to check that. And then he decided to, and he tried to open the lid a little higher, but he kept saying, it's not the right moment, it's not the right moment. I knew that too, because the car was driving relatively fast, maybe 50, 60 kilometers per hour. But at one point, because we were coming upon a hill, up until then it was flat, but then we realized, because it was going to go uphill, that it would be easy for us to try and escape and then hide behind the hill, because he kept saying they would shoot. Then he said, okay, let's go. We lifted the lid, but they noticed immediately that it was open, and they stopped the car. I set off, and I only heard him say, not now. But I was already on my way out. I jumped out. I landed on my legs, and I started to run away from the car. I just heard them stop. They opened all the doors. I was perhaps some 30 meters away by then. They fired one shot. I slipped and fell, but I jumped up immediately and started to run off behind the hill. And I heard footsteps behind me. I heard someone running after me. And when he saw me again, he fired again, and I fell down again. And then I had to go uphill because there was a clearing there. But uphill there were some bushes, so I went uphill, perhaps some 20 to 30 meters. It couldn't have been more. And again, when he arrived there, there were at least 3 shots fired. Pam, pam, pam.
O
Individual shots. And then a little later, I rested a bit. I stopped. I wanted to hear, tried to figure out where they were. As far as I could hear, there was no one approaching. So then I started to kind of go around the place because I didn't want to go straight ahead because I might have run into them. So I tried to go around, and in my judgment, I think I was going a bit back in the same direction. As I was moving this way, there was this on my left-hand side. I could see the place from where I had escaped, and then I heard several
potok je bio samo
bursts of fire. It sounded like that. I fell again. I was wet because I had been running. I was sweating.
vidljivost je ponekad bila
And there was a brook that I crossed, so I was wet. And then as I went further, there was a clearing. The moon was out, and there was a clearing. There was snow on the ground, so the visibility was very good. At one point, I saw a car turning around and searching with the headlights, but then it turned around and left. And as I crossed this clearing, this hillock, I crawled because it was a wide clearing. But then I saw a house and some 4 to 5 houses. I could see the light from there. I knew that I could be seen by them, so I crawled, or rather I was on my fours, figuring they would think I was an animal. So when I reached the top of the hill, I went over and I started going down, and then I saw on this hill, I saw 3 figures. It looked like there was some guards. And then there was again this car suddenly reappeared some 200 meters off.
brzo izlaze.
They quickly opened the door. They got out of the car. They spread out and they started moving towards me. And they kept using searchlights that was on the car, and this was the same type of vehicle that was in Novosello when they caught me. It was the same headlight, and I went towards these 3 guards because I thought these guys would catch me. So then I kind of went back. There were some low bushes there, and there was a fence for cattle and sheep and so on. So I kind of tried to mix with the animals so that they wouldn't see me. And as I was crawling, there were 2 more cars arriving there. They were at the same spot. They all went out of their cars and spread out. And were moving in my direction. While I was crawling, they were very close already. I couldn't see them, but I could hear them. They whispered something to each other. I can't say exactly how far they were, maybe 6, 7 meters, but I could hear I hear them walking on the snow. There was a crunching sound of their steps. And I could also hear them behind them from up on the hill. And again, I heard them whispering. Then I came close to the river. I couldn't see the road because there was a lot of snow, but I could see two cars moving slowly on the other side of the brook. So I thought that the guys who were up on the hill had seen me. However, they had gone, they had left, they crossed some bridge, and I could no longer see them. And then this third car turned around and it lit the road towards, in my direction actually. At that point, I was in the brook itself, the bed. I was there on the bed of the brook. And so, as this vehicle was as it was pointing its lights on the road, that car too, I saw that it turned around and left. And then I started moving towards the woods. And then I realized that those three figures weren't really guards because they would have seen me. There were just some bushes. Then I could hear occasional bursts of fire. I wasn't too close, but I could also hear them shouting, shooting.
Prolazila tim putem.
I heard cars going back and forth along this road that I had crossed. I could also hear from the other side of the hill that there were vehicles moving. I think these were some Jeep vehicles, judging by the sound of the engine. I kept on walking for a long time. When I got up onto the hill, but previously, as I was going towards the hill, I could see some kind of glow in the sky. According to me, and the way I oriented myself, I thought I should go that way because that would have been the glow of a village.
Verovatno da je to
And as I came closer, I did see a village. This was probably Vučitrn. I mean, I figured this out later as I connected things. But I had seen some lights. These were probably the lights from the zinc factory. And as I started going down, I was walking along the road.
Could you just tell us whether you eventually made it to safety?
Da, jesam.
Yes.
What it was that you made it to safety?
Pa kad sam shvatio
When I realized where I was, it was already light. I could see I could see my own village and Vučitrn, but I could not figure out that that's what it was because there was a lot of snow. But when I looked towards the left, I could see the zinc factory, which was close to the railway station in Vučitrn, and then everything became clear to me. Now I could also see the railway, because I hadn't seen it before because there was a lot of snow covering it. But now I could see it. I did not dare take the road because it would have taken me through an Albanian village, so I didn't dare go there. But I crossed the rail tracks, and then I walked along the tracks towards the zinc factory. At this point, I could already see.
Did, did there come a time when you encountered a policeman?
Da, jes.
Yes, yes.
And when you met with the policeman, where did he take you?
Odveo me je
He took me to the Vučitrn police station.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanisevic. I very much appreciate you answering my questions. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Misitich, across.
Good morning, witness. My name is Luka Mishetic. I am counsel for Mr. Thaçi, and I have a few questions for you. I first have some background questions. You had military training, is that correct?
Da, jes.
Yes, that's correct.
Serve in the military.
In 1982 to 1983.
Have any military service in 1998 or 1999?
Od 90.
In 1999, I was mobilized. I was drafted when the war started.
Can you tell us roughly what month would that be?
Od dva,
As of the 25th of March, the third month, up until the 14th of June, 1999.
Did you serve?
to je bila
It was a unit of the territorial defense. In Vučitrn.
So, did you serve in Vučitrn from 25 March to 14 June?
bio sam
I was in this area. Sometimes we would go to assist in other places. I wasn't in Vučitrn all the time, but in the surrounding villages.
From 25 March to 14 June, you were either in Vučitrn or in surrounding villages, is that correct?
bio sam u mom
I was in my village and in some locations where they would send us as relief.
As someone follows the news, I'm sure you're aware that of a crime committed in Vučitrn in early May 1999. Are you familiar with that? Do you know anything about the killing of about 1,000 people in Vucitern on or around the 3rd of May, 1999?
Objection relevance?
I'm exploring the witness's participation in the events of 3rd May 1999. Would affect credibility and,
Was that on the direct examination?
well, it goes to his personal character background.
All right, briefly. He can answer if he knows anything about it.
My question is, do you know anything about the massacre of about 1,000 civilians on the 3rd of May, 1999, in the area of Vucitern where you were serving?
Ne.
No, I don't. This is the first time that I hear of these 1,000 people.
About any killing of civilians in the Vucitern area, and I correct the date, it's the 2nd of May, 1999.
Ne.
No, I don't.
Correct?
Čuo sam da je
I heard that there were killed civilians, but as for the date and that there were as many, no.
Let's put the date aside. At any time between 25 March and 14 June 1999, do you have any knowledge of the killing of civilians in the Vucitern area?
čuo sam da je
I heard that there were killings, individual killings.
to je sad
Well, I can't exactly tell, probably from people I know, people I was in touch with.
ne.
No, no.
Questions about the events of 9 and 10 February. When you were, after you had fled, but before you arrived at the police station, had you heard about what happened to Mr. Markovich? Did you see it in the news?
Ne, nisam.
No, I didn't hear it on the news, but much, much later, I heard that his mortal remains were found.
Had you heard that Mr. Markovich and Mr. Juric had been abducted and were missing? When's the first time you heard news that Mr. Juric and Mr. Markovich were missing?
Čuo sam
I heard that on the second or third day after I had returned to my workplace.
On the 10th, you went to in the morning, you went to the Serbian police and reported what happened to you, correct?
da, otišao.
Yes, I did.
Them a statement, is that correct?
Dao sam, da.
Yes, I did.
Put the statement on the screen, SITF 40004070 to SITF 40004093 at pages 9 to 10 in both the Serbian and in the English. You've seen this statement of yours before, have you not?
Da.
Yes.
To the Serbian police on the 10th of February, 1999?
Da.
Yes.
Serbian and the English? If we could scroll to the bottom. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Da, jeste.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
To se ne sjećam ta.
That I don't remember. Perhaps I did.
To jeste,
Yes, that's right. It is the statement. And it's partly correct. Not in all of its details, though.
After the police had interrogated you 3 times, correct?
mm,
The statement was not prepared.
Correct?
dok sam ja pričao,
As I was telling them, a police employee was typing.
This was typed after you had been interrogated by the police 3 times, correct?
tri puta sam davao izjavu,
I gave the statement 3 times, and an OSCE representative was also present. Now, whether this is... Probably this was typed up as I was telling them what I had to tell them. They did question me 3 times, and as far as I know, it was being typed while I was telling my story or giving my statement. I know, and all I know is that as I was doing it, the employee was typing this.
The sense that they were particularly interested in getting the details from you because 2 of their colleagues had gone missing and you were claiming that you had come in contact with someone who said they were a police officer. Is that why was it your impression that that's why they were questioning you 3 times?
ne zbog toga.
No, not because of that.
Do you know, or did they tell you why they were questioning you 3 times?
Ne, nisu.
No, they didn't. It was just that I surmised.
Questioned you 3 times, but you always came back to the same story, correct?
Da.
Yes.
Mr. President, I ask that this statement be marked and I tender it into evidence. Pardon?
Repeat that.
I'd ask that it be marked and I tender it into evidence.
No objection.
SITF 40004070 to SITF 4004093 in Serbian and English is admitted.
Your Honor, I will be marked as Exhibit 1D68, and I note it's marked as confidential. Shall it be reclassified?
I don't have any objection to it being public.
No objection.
It's reclassified as public.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, you were asked some questions by the prosecutor this morning about where Mr. Markovic and Mr. Đurić were last seen, and you said it was at a cafe in Kosovo Polje. How do you know that?
Znam tako.
I know it because when I went to work 3 days later, I heard in my workplace who they were because I reported that there had been one person with me with such and such a car, and because these two failed to return home, the time of their departure from the cafe restaurant was matching, and the story came from the waiter who said that they had set off in the direction of Vučitrn or Mitrovica.
Okay, so are you saying that you heard this from people who were discussing it at work?
Prvi put sam čuo tada.
That was the first time I heard that.
Subsequently continued to acquire information about the case of Mr. Marković and Mr. Đurić, additional information?
Ako me pitate, njegov otac je
If you're asking me, his father came to visit me 4 or 5 days later and he asked me about Veljko. He asked me about his son Veljko because he had heard which car was involved in the incident. And then later on I heard about the fate of Veljko Marković, that his remains were found and were transported to the center next to Kuršumlija, the Center for Forensics, where all the remains were being taken. The remains of all those who were found were taken to this place between Merdare and Kuršumlija.
Acquire information about the cases of Mr. Marković and Mr. Đuričić since the events of 9 February 1999, correct?
svega jednom sam čuo za Veljka.
It was only once that I heard about the fate of Veljko Marković, and that was 3, 4, or 5 years later.
You were asked some questions about the relationship between Kosovo Polje and where you were stopped, which I believe is Novo Selo Majunsko. Is that correct?
Da.
Yes.
To get from Kosovo Polje or Fuš Kusova to Novo Selo Manjusko, you have to go towards Pristina, and then from Pristina go northwest to Novo Selo Majunsko. Is that correct?
Da.
Yes.
Is southwest of Pristina, and Novo Selo Majunsko is northwest of Pristina. Is that correct?
Da.
Yes. Yes.
Time, which forces controlled Kosovo Polje?
Pod kontrolom države.
This was state-controlled territory.
This time.
I isto pod kontrolom države.
Likewise, it was under the control of the state.
Tada su već viđeni
At the time, people had already noticed KLA members passing through Novo Selo, Pestovo, but allegedly this area was still under the control of the state.
Would be south of Kosovo Polje, correct? The opposite direction of Novo Selo Majunsko.
I'm sorry, if we could just get foundation for his knowledge regarding Klečka.
Do you know where Klečka is? Do you know where Klečka is in Kosovo?
Ne znam tačno.
I don't know exactly, not exactly, but approximately if you go from Pristina towards Peć, then it's on the left side of the road. But I don't know exactly.
Direction of going, it's in the opposite direct. If you're sitting in Kosovo Polje, it's in the opposite direction of Pristina. Is that correct?
Ne znam tačno stvarno gde.
I really don't know exactly where Klečka is, whether it's in the opposite direction or a bit further to the south. It's possible that it's in the opposite direction, and that Kosovo Polje is between Pristina and Klečka.
Is it fair to say, though, that it's your understanding that Mr. Markovic, at least, was taken from Kosovo Polje in Serb-controlled territory and continuously driven through Serb-controlled territory to where you were, which was also, I should say, government-controlled territory, correct?
Molim da mi se ovo pitanje
Could you please repeat the question, because I did not understand it completely?
I'm saying that, as you've testified now, Mr. Markovic was picked up in Kosovo Polje, and then you saw him in Novo Selo Majunsko. And to get from Kosovo, is that not right?
Ja nisam.
I didn't.
Ja nisam rekao da je.
I didn't say that Markovic was abducted in Kosovo Polje. I only saw him when they kidnapped me. I saw him in the car close to Novo Selo.
Nisam video da je on.
And I didn't see where he was.
Let me ask you a different question. Before, so as I understand from your statements, you got in your car at around 6:30 p.m. on the evening of February 9th, 1999. Is that correct?
Molim da mi se ovo opet pitanje.
Can you please repeat this again, perhaps with some more details? I'm sorry.
Have a reference to where that time is coming from, because I think that there was some clarification given in preparation note 1, paragraph 13.
Well, I believe I was reading from his 1999 statement, but yes, I'm reading from his 1999 statement. In 1999, the day after this took place, you said, I went to Obilić in my private car, and at around 18:30 hours, I set out from Obilić in my white Fiat. Is that accurate?
Ne.
No.
The day after the event in question, it's incorrect that, and the statement you signed, it's incorrect that it was 18:30?
Tog momenta ja
At that moment, I was not really considering the exact time when I set out, not from Obilić, but from the village of Miloševo. At that time, when I came there, I said that it was around 6 p.m. or between 6 and 7, and they noted that it was 7 o'clock.
They actually noted that it was 6:30 and that you were stopped at 7 o'clock. Is that not accurate?
ne, ne.
No, no.
According to what you told the prosecutor last week, you've moved the time back about an hour, so now you say it was 5:30 when you left and approximately 17:45 or 1800 when you encountered the KLA. So the police got it wrong by about an hour on the 10th of February, and you nevertheless signed the statement. Is that correct?
Jesam potpisao,
Yes, I did sign it, and that was what I said, because at the time I wasn't really thinking about the exact time. I said it was between 6 and 7, and this is how they noted it. I just know when I try to remember very precisely that it was around 6 p.m. I left the cafe restaurant in Miloševo at around 5:30.
In Mališevo.
u Miloševu.
It's Miloševo, not Mališevo, but Miloševo. It's a place between. It's on the regional road, Priština-Vučitrn. Miloševo.
How much time did you spend in the cafe in Miloševo?
Pa sat.
Well, about an hour or an hour and a half at most.
In that hour or hour and a half, you had 3 or 4 drinks, correct?
Da.
Yes.
Pa kod nas se kaže rakija.
Well, we call it rakia, that's brandy.
An hour or an hour and a half, and then you set out in the car, correct?
Da.
Yes.
Tell us, from your own experience, how does 3 or 4 rakia in an hour and a half affect you?
Pa sad to ne mogu prilično.
Well, I couldn't really. I can take it pretty well.
Does it affect your judgment at all?
Pa ne mnogo, možda malo.
Well, not much, perhaps a little.
Ma no, no.
No, no.
Let me ask you some questions about the men who stopped you. Would you agree with me that the police, when they interrogated you 3 times, were very interested in learning as many details as they could about the people that stopped you?
Oni me uopšte nisu pitali o ljudima koji su me.
They did not ask me at all about the people who had stopped me. They only asked me about the event as such.
Aware
To da,
That they did, and I told them anyway. They did ask me about that, yes.
Providing a description of the people that stopped you, correct?
interesovalo ih je
They were interested in learning who that was, but they didn't ask for a detailed description of their faces. They did ask me about their uniform.
ne, nisam.
No, I didn't.
And you couldn't identify anyone by name or by nickname, correct?
Ne, nisam.
No, I could not.
Didn't tell the police that they were wearing uniforms that had KLA or UČK on them, correct?
To sam rekao jer sam
I did say that because I did see the UČK insignia.
Doesn't say that the people wearing camouflage had UČK or KLA on the uniform. Why is that detail not in your 1999 statement?
An objection calls for speculation regarding the individuals that took his statement.
Sustained.
Witness, this is your statement. You signed it, correct?
da, jesam pod...
Yes, I did sign it.
Reference to any KLA or UCK patches or symbols on a uniform, correct?
Meni izjava nije bila bitna.
I did not consider this statement important at the time.
You did tell the police that it had KLA or UČK, and if it's not in your statement, it's because the police didn't put it in the statement, correct?
Ja sam rekao
I did say that they had the insignia. Now, whether the police included it in the statement or not, I really don't know that.
Now, you told ULEX in your statement that the military uniforms were grayish in color. Is that correct?
bilo je
The leader of the group, who was sitting next to me, was wearing the uniform of our army. He had that one. The others had dappled uniforms. Another one also had a gray uniform. One who was in Čičavica, in Resnik. Two had leather jackets and dappled trousers.
When you say our army, you mean the Yugoslav army, correct?
da.
Yes, yes. He wore a jacket of the Yugoslav People's Army.
Is that the KLA person had a Yugoslav army jacket on, Yugoslav National Army jacket on? But he was KLA? Is that your understanding?
Da, pošto je imao
Yes, because he had a patch with the UČK sign.
On a Yugoslav army jacket. And how did you know it was a Yugoslav army jacket?
Sorry, could we just have that reflected in the transcript?
The record should indicate that the witness touched his left shoulder area.
And how was it a Yugoslav army jacket?
Na levoj ruci.
On the left arm.
Yugoslav army patch and an UČK patch on it?
Ne, ta vetro...
No. The jacket never had the JNA insignia on it. There was no patch or insignia on it. Because I wore the same uniform. I had worn it, and I know that it did not contain any insignia.
Time you've ever mentioned that there were UČK emblems on any of the individuals is when you spoke to the SPO in 2022, correct?
Objection, this represents the evidence. The witness has stated that he said that to the police in 1999.
Mr. President, it's cross-examination, so.
Go ahead, overruled. You may ask the question.
You've been interviewed by the Serbian police. You didn't mention UČK patches. That's correct, isn't it?
Pomenuo sam oznake...
I did mention the UČK patches. I certainly did.
Previously stated he told them, he just didn't know why it wasn't in the
And I'm
document.
challenging that by saying he didn't. Yes. And witness, you also didn't mention anything about KLA insignia or emblems in your statement to ULEX, correct?
Rekao sam i Eulexu.
I did tell it to Ulex that I saw the UČK emblems. I told that to OSE as well. I went to OSE in Pristina with Veljko's father, and I always said that they had the UČK emblems. Always, on every occasion.
SITF 000109993 to 000111013 red at SITF 000109994. We get to that paragraph. When I arrived near the village of Novo Selo, Majunsko. What ULEX recorded is that you said, when I arrived near the village of Novo Selo, Majunsko, I saw two cars parked on the side of the road. There was a Golf 2 vehicle and an Opel Ascona. As I got closer, two men exited the Golf and pointed a flashlight at me. I could see that they were armed and were wearing some kind of mixed military uniform, grayish in color, if I remember well. There's no reference in the ULEX statement to an UČK or KLA emblem. Is it your position that that's because the ULEX investigators also didn't record you even saying there was a UČK patch, even though you told them?
Ja sam sigurno pomenuo. Istražitelj Euleksa je došao kod...
I'm sure I mentioned it. The ULEX investigator came to see me at my home, and he noted everything down. And I'm sure I did say it, because I remember at that moment when he asked me about the uniforms, I mentioned dappled uniforms, but also the grayish olive green. And I said that the uniforms were different that they were wearing, but one of them had worn a gray uniform, the one who pointed a gun at my temple. He was wearing a solid gray uniform.
Break.
Witness, we'll give you a half-hour break, so you will be escorted out of the courtroom by the court usher, and you cannot speak to anyone about this testimony. Your witness, you may not speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom. Do you understand that? All right, that's all. Thank you. You may
Da.
leave the courtroom.
Da.
Yes, okay.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, go into private session, please.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Just a couple of items. First of all, we'd ask the prosecution to, prior to, or at least during some redirect that we need, that a readable map, emphasizing readable, be shown the witness in order to illustrate the various places mentioned in his testimony as he went around. You questioned him extensively about where the cars, where he was being taken and where he started and where he ended up. We'd like to see that on a map, please.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, and perhaps at the time of redirect you can do that. Secondly, since we're in private session, I'll mention on the witness that's going to appear video link from the U.S., whose name is Kabashi. We only have 2 4-hour periods for this man during the video link. So we would like the prosecution, he's a 154 witness. We'd like the prosecution to limit to an hour and a half for him, since you're going to be admitting, or you're going to be offering his statements. And then the defense are going to have to get together with 4.5 hours. I don't know how you want to split it up, maybe designate one person or whatever, that's up to you all. But we need to get that through in those 2 periods, and we need to leave a little buffer for a technical difficulty and any other matters that came up.
Yes. Yeah, we'll discuss it, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, that would be very helpful. And nothing wrong about the map, we just want to have a little better idea where all these spots were
I understand, Your Honor.
and the directions listed. Okay, back into public session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you. And please, Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we are ready to continue your cross-examination. Mr. Misitich will have some more questions for you. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, I want to start by correcting the record and being fair to you. I do want to continue a little bit more discussion on those UÇK patches that you say you saw, but for the record, you did give a statement in 2001 where you mentioned UÇK insignias, and that, for the benefit of the panel, is U0008450 to U0008452. Now, I do want to ask you a couple of more questions. In your personal experience, how common was it to see people with UÇK patches in government-controlled territory?
Pa nije bilo
It was not common. Up until that moment, I hadn't seen them. Up until the moment when I was kidnapped, I had only seen it on TV. It wasn't common to see it in real life.
When you were stopped by this group, was it a checkpoint? What was it? They were standing by the side of the road and ordered you to stop?
No, it wasn't a checkpoint. It was at the entrance to the Novo Selo village. Can I describe this? Before I got to that point, it was dark, and I saw several vehicles there on the approaches to the village, and one of the vehicles moved. I can't tell you exactly whether there were two or three. There were certainly two, but perhaps also a third vehicle, which is irrelevant really. And I passed by them, and then I remembered that I was supposed to meet my friends in a cafe. And so I turned the car around and started driving towards Pristina, and then I changed my mind. And they had already left. And when I turned the car back again, I saw that one of the vehicles moved a little, and they were on the side of the road. I just saw a man, a member of the KLA, jumping out of the back seat of the car with an automatic rifle. And I saw another one who was on the right hand side, and a third one was near the Opel Ascona, who pointed a pistol at me. The man who jumped out of the back seat,
ne pričam dobro albanski I ne razumem.
he asked me something, and I don't understand Albanian too well. He asked me something in Albanian, but I didn't understand. So I thought, okay, this is it. And I thought to myself, well, I'll have one opportunity only. Then he addressed me in Serbian, asked me what my name was. I told him. Then he told me, get out. When I got out of the car, he used his automatic rifle and kind of searched me. And he said, well, you're driving too fast.
Statement that I just referenced. It says, as I thought that this was a police check. Why did you think it was a police check?
To sam rekao kad sam davao i
I said that when I gave the statement because I was asked 3 times. If I said that I was checked, I said that during the interviews at the police station.
da li ja tačno pričam.
I was interviewed 3 times. Once they started from the middle of the story. Perhaps they were trying to check if I was telling the truth. I don't know.
Okay. Witness, okay, let's move on then to your encounter with the person you now believe was Mr. Markovic. You say first of all, it was dark, correct?
Da.
Yes.
When you first encountered that person, he was seated in a car facing forward, but leaning forward, is that correct?
Da, sedeo je na zadnjem
He was in the back seat of the car and leaning forward. He was dejected.
So you couldn't get a clear view of his face at that point, correct?
lice neba.
No, I couldn't really see his face.
Him when you got into the back seat of the Golf, correct?
Tada nisam.
Not at that time, no.
And when the police interviewed you the next day, they were interested in a description of the person you encountered in the Gulf, correct?
Da.
Yes.
You were not able to provide a description of the clothing the person was wearing, correct?
Opisao je
I did give a description. He had a dark jacket with a white stripe here on the side.
Okay, the part about the jacket and the white stripe is not in your 1999 statement, even though you signed it. Do you have an explanation for why that detail is not in your 1999 statement?
njih je samo forma.
They were just interested in the event itself formally. I told them my side of the story. They weren't really listening, they were just typing on a typewriter. I described every time everything. Maybe they weren't able to catch up. And in the OSCE, the statement that I gave for the OSCE in Pristina, perhaps it's written down there.
They interrogated you 3 times and you said they were interested in a description, but the description is not in your 1999 statement. And I would just, are you saying that it's just an omission by the police?
Moguće je lako.
It is possible that it's an omission. When I said that I couldn't see them clearly, that I could only see the jacket, they didn't inquire further.
Rekao sam samo da je
I just said that he was shorter, that he was stout, that he had a dark jacket with a white stripe on the side of the jacket, and they didn't ask any further for any further description.
Next, move to when you encountered this person in the trunk of the Lada. And if we could go to your ULEX statement, SPOE 00078-072 to SPOE 00078-079 at page SPOE 00078-076. And if we could go to the portion that says, then they ordered me to enter the trunk. It's there, right? Second paragraph. I will read it to you, but witness, this was read back to you and you signed it. It says, then they ordered me to enter the trunk of the Lada. There was already a person inside, so the space was extremely limited. I recognized that this was the prisoner who was sitting next to me in the Gulf. He reached for my hand. He seemed very scared. He asked me, "Are you a police officer?" I answered that I was not, and I asked him, "Are you?" And he replied something like, "Yes, I work at the railway station." That was read back to you in Serbian, witness, and is that your recollection of the conversation with the person in the trunk?
da odgovor.
Yes, it is.
You've previously stated that it was very dark in the trunk of the car, correct, and difficult to see?
Ja sam ovo video
I saw this as I was getting into the trunk. That's when I saw him. After that, I couldn't see him anymore. There was just this conversation between us that I heard.
Signs of mistreatment on his body, correct, because it was dark?
ne.
No, I couldn't see any signs, anything of that.
Also couldn't see because there were car lights and car beams, so you couldn't see well, correct?
Pa iz mnogo razloga.
Yes, there were many reasons. There were car lights, there were shadows. Also, I was trying to figure out what to do, and I hadn't really seen him well previously.
Okay. And then with respect to this conversation, brief conversation you had with him, you told the prosecutor that the conversation went something like this, and this is at P694, Part 3, page 23, lines 9 to 17. And then I asked him, "Are you a police officer?" And then he said something, "Yes," but then it was quite noisy already because of the wheels spinning and the car was spinning, picking up speed by that time, and I didn't hear it correctly. But he said something about the railways. That's the extent of the conversation that you can recall, is that right?
Čuo sam kako je
I heard him say that he was a policeman. I did hear that. This second part, I could only gather that he would say that he was a railway person or that he worked for the railroad company. But I did hear him say that he was a policeman, and then I understood him to say that he would try to justify himself by saying that he was working for the railroad company.
I'm trying to distinguish between what your understanding is and what you actually heard him say. And so is it correct, what you told the SPO, as I read it back to you, that what you heard him say was yes, and then something about the railways?
Asked and answered.
Overruled. You may answer.
Ja sam imao
I provided additional clarification. I could clearly hear him say, yes, I am. As for these other words, because of what was to happen, whether he said, I will say or I will justify myself, I couldn't gather that, but the only thing that I did hear was railways or railroad company or railway person. That's what I heard clearly, that he was a railroad worker.
Now, you were shown some pictures of Veljko Markovic when his father visited you, correct?
njegova slika
I was shown his photograph at the OSCE by Lynn Holland, an employee of the OSCE, because his father had brought that photo to them before he visited me and before we went there together.
And you weren't able to recognize or identify Veljko Markovic in any of those pictures, correct?
po faci, po liku,
Not his face, no, only his stature. The photo, which I was shown by Lynn Holland, that was the same. He was in this photo. He was wearing this same jacket with a white stripe. I recall that really well. He was seated on some kind of sofa, and he had this same jacket on, but I could not recognize his face.
And this is the jacket that is in your subsequent statements, but not in your 1999 police statement, correct?
moguće da je tako.
That's possible. I know that I did mention it. Why it hadn't been noted down, I don't know. But many details are missing, especially the ULEX statement. The details and the sequence of events is very incorrect.
Okay. And finally, witness, you were shown two exhibits, P699 and P701, which were notices about Veljko Markovic and Nebojša Đuričić being missing, and it's noted in those notices that they were last seen together in the Lada 1200. It's correct, isn't it, that you only saw someone you believe to be Mr. Markovic, but you never saw a second person?
Da.
Yes. The other person, Nebojša Đurić, I never saw him.
you were asked some questions based on your training as a mechanic about Lada cars. How common was the Lada, standard Lada, in Kosovo in 1999?
U to vreme ne baš često.
Not very common at that time. There were other models of Lada, but not at this time, not very common. It was an older car, an older model, and it wasn't driven very much at that time anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Misetich.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
All right,
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Mr. Ellis? Oh, I'm sorry.
Moram.
Good afternoon, witness.
Begin, we are going to need to take a short break, about 10 minutes. We'll leave the courtroom for 10 minutes. You can escort the witness out. And we are adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. All right, witness, the questioning will continue now. Mr. Baezu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness. My name is Victor Baescu. I represent Jakub Kresnici, and I have very few questions for you, or rather more clarifications about what you said earlier today. Earlier, when you described your escape, you said, I asked Velko, what are we going to do? For the record, this is page 24, lines 22 and 23 of today's provisional transcript. Just to clarify, witness, you asked these questions the man who was next to you in the trunk. You cannot confirm whether the man in the trunk was Vilko Markovic, correct?
Da, ja sam uputio pitanje.
Yes. I addressed my question to the man who was next to me in the trunk, but I did establish that it was the same person who was with me on the back seat of the Golf.
Another clarification, this is page, for the record, this is page 38, lines 8 to 10 of today's provisional transcript, and I will read it out to you. Answer, I didn't say that Markovic was abducted in Kosovo Polje. I only saw him when they kidnapped me. I saw him in the car close to Novoseli. Again, witness, just to confirm, you cannot confirm that the man you saw was Vilko Markovic, can you?
Ja tada nisam mogu da...
I couldn't have claimed at the time that it was Veljko Markovic. I just described him based on the description and what happened later when his father came to visit me. Based on that, I concluded that this was Veljko Markovic.
But witness, you cannot identify the witness who was in the car, the person who was in the car.
Da li može to pitanje malo jasno?
Could you perhaps clarify your question? I could not identify him in a detailed manner, but I could provide the description, describe his build, the jacket that he was wearing.
But at the time when he was in the trunk, you did not know who that person was. You didn't know his identity.
Po imenu I pre...
Objection.
Not the first and last name, no. So not by those details. I did not know by his first and last name.
I apologize. Objection asked and answered.
Overruled at this time. Go ahead. He had answered several times, but you can clarify more if you need to.
Thank you, witness. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court officer, if we could please call up SPOE 002 08166. And could we please zoom in on quadrant D3? The letters across the top and then numbers down the side. A little bit more, please, yeah. Thank you very much. And I'm told it's possible to give the witness a pen with which to mark. If that could be done, please. Now, Mr. Ivanasevich, I'm going to ask you to mark some of the locations that you've been discussing. I apologize. The names on this map are not in Serbian. They're in Albanian. But hopefully we're able to make progress nonetheless. First of all, could you please mark, if you're able to, the location where you said you started out from on the 9th of February, Miloševa. And I would be able to further direct your attention if you need my assistance.
Pa mislim da ću se snaći.
I think that I will be able to find my bearings. Just a second.
maybe we could, court officer, would it be possible to zoom in just a bit more? Thank you.
Evo vidimo ovdje Miloševo.
Yes, I can see Miloševo here. Evo ga, vidim ga ja, Miloševa, piše
Gde je
Miloševa,
to?
to je
Pa
to.
to je
Evo
dole
ovdje,
na-
evo ovdje, kod pruge.
Samo ovdje piše Miloševo, ali ne znam da li je tačno. Samo malo, samo trenutak.
Just a second, I see that it reads here Miloševo. Just a second, please, I have to check. Here is Obilić. It should be here.
Tu.
Here it is, Miloševo.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Witness. And then if you could,
Mr. Prosecutor, could you put perhaps a number next to that location?
absolutely, thank you for that. Could you please place a number 1 next to that location, Mr. Ivanishevich? Thank you. And now, are you able to locate on the map Novo Selo where you were stopped?
Da.
Yes.
And could you please place the number 2 next to that location? You also mention in your testimony that it was roughly around a location called Pestovo, where you began, I believe, driving in your own car, the Fiat. Are you able to locate that on the map?
Mogu da nađem Pestovo.
I can find Pestovo, but I started driving my car from this place, 400 or 500 meters from Novo Selo, right next to the regional road. That was the spot from which I started driving my own car. And Pestovo, I will mark it. It's right here, and my own village is close by. So let me mark Pestovo. And this is approximately the point from which I started driving my car, 400 or 500 meters away from the place where they abducted me. When they turned to Zekic by the mill, that was the point from which I started driving my car.
Did you pass through Pestovo on your journey on the 9th?
Da, jesam.
Yes, I did.
I see you've already marked Pestovo as number 3. And then are you able to identify the approximate location where you escaped from the trunk of the Lada on this map?
To bi bilo ovdje negdje.
I think it was somewhere around here.
And could you please place the number 4 next to that designation? Thank you very much. Your Honors, were there other locations that you wanted me to get an indication of?
was mentioned as to its location. Klečka was mentioned several times as to its location. I think Mr. Misitich brought that up. Perhaps it would be good just to have that shown on the map.
I could ask him. My recollection of his testimony was that he wasn't quite sure where Klečka was.
Ask him again, maybe he knows apart.
Mr. Ivanasevich, could you identify, and we may need to move the map for this purposes.
First of all, ask him if he thinks he can find it on the map.
Yes. Mr. Ivanasevich, are you able to identify on the map where the location known as Klečka was?
Ne mogu tačno, ne znam.
Well, I cannot exactly, I don't know exactly where it is. It's possible that it's somewhere in this area, the road towards Page. It's to the left of the road leading towards Page, but I really don't know where Klečka is. It's quite far from my own area, where I live and where I used to live.
Mr. President, I apologize for interrupting the redirect. Could I ask that he mark where Kosovo Polje is on the map?
No objection to that. Mr. Ivanasevich, could you please mark on this map where Kosovo Polje is?
Pa evo ovdje,
Here it is, I think it's this, here.
If you could please designate that with the number 5.
Yes, that's where it is.
Unless there are other locations, I'm done with my redirect.
Everyone else satisfied with the locations? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other to redirect?
No other redirect.
All
Thank you.
I think you'll need to tender it.
Yeah. Offer it.
Thank you for the reminder. Yes, I asked to tender this map into evidence.
SPOE 00208166 is admitted with the markings made by the witness.
Your Honor, the marked map will be assigned registry RN REG 00978, and that will be assigned exhibit number P701. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Judge Barta had some questions.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, witness. Can you see me and hear me well? Good afternoon. I have a few more questions for you. Earlier this morning, you were asked by Mr. Misitich from the Thaçi defense about the fact that you had consumed alcohol on the day of the events in question, that is on the 9th of February 1999. Do you remember that you were asked about that?
Da, da.
Yes, yes.
What you had already said in your SPO statement, P694.2 at page 10, lines 1 to 6, that you had 3 or 4 drinks of, as you said today, rakia, correct? Can you answer? So that it is...
Still listening.
Okay.
Da, da.
Yes, yes.
Now, for a person who is not used to drinking rakia, can you tell us how big or how much a drink of rakia is? Is it a large or a small size glass?
Ne,
Not, those are small glasses of this size that I'm showing to you now. But small glasses.
Glass, right?
da.
Yes, yes.
For the record, just say it was about a shot glass. Thank you.
Mr. Misitich has correctly stated that you have shown us about what we call a shot glass. Is that correct?
Pa ne znam kako se ovdje zovu, ali
Well, I'm not sure how they are called here, but that's usual for that type of drink, those small glasses.
one mogu sad da imaju.
How much they could contain, well, small glasses like this.
And my next question is, when exactly did you have, if you can recall that now or today, when exactly did you have your last drink? Was that at the beginning or at the end of your visit to the coffee bar in Miloševo?
Pa zadnju,
Well, I drank the last glass perhaps between half an hour and 15 minutes before I left. Half an hour before I left, I would say. Half an hour before I left the cafe bar.
Did you eat anything before, during, or after you had the drinks in the coffee bar?
pa jeo sam pre.
Yes, I had eaten before. I had gone home, I had eaten at home, and then I left home to meet some friends, and that's how it was.
Correct? You had lunch at home?
Ručak, da,
Yes, lunch, yes.
Question, how did you feel when you left the coffee bar and when you were driving your car? Did you have any problems walking or driving the car?
ne, nisam ni.
No, I didn't have any problems. I could feel just a slight influence of alcohol, but I didn't have any problems walking or driving. I could just feel a bit of reaction in my body.
Thank you. Was it snowing at the time when you were driving the car?
Nije padao, a
No, it was not snowing, but it had snowed previously, but it wasn't snowing at the time.
Was snow or mud on the streets, is that correct?
snega je bilo pored puta.
There was snow alongside the road, and the road itself was clean. The asphalt was clean without any snow.
Asked by Mr. Misitich, you didn't have any visual problems, is that correct?
Tada ne.
Not then.
You witness when you were in the trunk of your car, the Fiat, and later in the trunk of the Lada car together with the person you believe to be Mr. Markovic. Did you have any physical problems, for example, any problems breathing?
Ne, nisam.
No, I did not.
So I would like to change the topic now. From your perspective today, witness almost 25 years after the events in question, what were, from your point of view, the reasons for your abduction, if you can say that?
Ne mogu, ja samo...
No, I couldn't say. I'm only aware that there were instances of abductions before it happened to me and that it happened after it had happened to me. There were murders committed later as well, and the reason, well, it was ethnically motivated. That was the reason. So Before it happened to me, there were abductions and killings, and also after my case, people were killed too. But for ethnic reasons, ethnically based, I'm wondering if you understand what I'm trying to tell you.
And also think that you said in your SBO statement P694.3, page 14, lines 1 to 21, that you were asked by what you called a small man, who you believe to be the leader of the group, if you had weapons and if there was a militia in your village. Is that correct? You remember saying that to the SBO in your interview?
Da, sećam se.
Yes, I remember that.
Thank you. If nothing further.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness. I have only a few questions for you. The first one is, in February of 1999, were you involved in any military activity?
Ne, nisam tamo.
No, I was not. No, not at that time.
1999, were you providing any form of assistance to Serbian or Yugoslav forces?
Ne, nisam.
No, no, I wasn't.
Going to a separate issue of the time you spent with a person that you thought is Mr. Markovic, how long do you estimate you spent in the car with him, and I mean the golf car first, on the back seat? How long do you estimate you spent with that person there?
Vrlo kratko vreme.
It was a very short time. We drove for about 400 or 500 meters. How long could it last? Perhaps 1 minute. And then later on in the trunk, up to 5 minutes at most, or even shorter. I cannot really specify precisely, but I would say less than 5 minutes, 3, 4 minutes perhaps. It's difficult for me to say, but it was very short. Certainly less than 5 minutes. 3 minutes, I would say, 3 minutes.
And in the trunk of the car with him?
To kažem,
That's what I was saying. 3 minutes was the time estimate. What I was just telling you now, that lasted for about 3 minutes. And the first period was perhaps a minute or two. The first part while we were in the Gulf, and the second part when we were in the trunk lasted no more than 5 minutes. I would say around 3 or between 3 and 5 minutes.
I have another question on answers you gave earlier. You asked about what you learned later about the fate of Mr. Markovic. Do you recall those questions?
Last year, whether this question was asked or not, I don't recall, but I did say it. And I mean the interview with the prosecution. I just know that I did say it. Maybe the question wasn't put, I can't really recall, but I do know that I did say that.
You've indicated earlier today that you learned that the remains of Mr. Markovic were found. Is that correct?
da, rekao.
Yes, that's what I said, that I heard about that.
In what general location those remains were found? Is that information you have?
To ne znam.
No, I wouldn't know that.
Recall who you heard it from, that the remains of Mr. Markovic had been found?
To sjećam se.
I do remember that, I can tell you. I heard it from my cousin, who happened to run into a relative of Veljko Markovic's, and when he heard the last name from my cousin, he then put the dots together, and he asked him then whether he was related to me. And that's how they put the two and two together. They learned that indeed I was his relative. And then he told my cousin that his remains were recovered, that the UCK showed or pointed to the place where the remains were, and the remains were then taken to the center between Merdere and Kuršumlija, I think either in 2000 or 2001. Many of the recovered remains were transferred there because there was a forensic center, and the relatives would come to try to identify them.
And did you come to learn anything about the cause of the death of Mr. Markovic? Was any information provided to you in respect of that?
Ne, to ne, to nisam.
No, no.
Lastly, did you ever receive information that Mr. Markovic had been released by those who had captured him?
Ne, to nisam.
No, no.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Witness, first of all, I'd just like to call on your expertise on car models. Am I right in understanding that the Lada Standard and the Lada 1200 and the Zhiguli are essentially the same car model?
Da.
Yes.
Now, I just want to turn to your own car. What model was your own car?
Bio je poljski.
It was the Polish Fiat 125P.
125.
Zato što je
Because it was manufactured in Poland.
Earlier in your oral evidence today, in what you told us, you referred to your car as being a Fiat 124. And in your earlier interview with the prosecution, you said it was a 125. So could I just clarify, was it a 124 or a 125?
Fiat 124 was like Lada, similar to Lada and to Zhiguli. They had a license from Fiat for the Fiat 124, and that vehicle under that license was produced elsewhere, manufactured elsewhere. Now, my model, the Lada 125P, that was manufactured in Poland.
25P, was it essentially the same model as the Lada Standard or the Lada 1200 or the Zhiguli? Was it essentially the same model of a car?
Ne.
No, no, it's not the same model, no. Perhaps it is similar, but it's not the same.
Fiat 124, essentially the same model as the Lada Standard.
U obliku da, samo je motor.
Yes, the model itself, but the engine is different. That's the only difference. Everything else is the same. And it's the same with Fiat 124, the Lada Zhiguli, except that the Fiat had a Ford engine and Lada had a Russian engine.
Now, I want to ask you about the trunk release mechanism when you're inside the trunk. Was the trunk release mechanism inside your own Fiat? Was it similar to the trunk release mechanism inside the Lada Standard?
Da.
Yes, it was similar.
Did you have any trouble locating it when you were in either of the two trunks?
Ne, ne.
No. No, it was just there because I was inside. It was close at hand. It was absolutely not difficult to reach it.
Other question about the snow. After you jumped out of the car and you were running away, carrying out your escape, were you crossing fields before you got to the river that you crossed? Were they open fields that you were crossing?
Ne znam do koje reke me...
I don't know what river you're referring to. These were mainly rivulets or just small brooks. This was a brook or a small river. I did cross some clearings, but I mainly tried to keep to the bushes. There were bushes and there were also some trees, but not very high. Or just bushes. I don't know how to describe it.
Would you describe the snow? Would you say it was up to your knees, for example, while you were running away?
Bio je...
Yes, there was a lot of snow, and at some points I would get up to here, but they were up to the knee mainly. But at some points I would even get into a snow mound up to my waist. There was a lot of snow. Everything was covered in white.
Shots being fired. Were you running during that period while you were listening to the shots, while you heard the shots being fired?
Da, dok sam bežao, čuo...
Yes, while I was running, I heard the shots. I heard the shots while I was running away.
That's all from me. Thank you very much, witness.
Any follow-up questions from the SBO? Anything, Mr. Misitich? Any follow-up questions? Thank you. Witness, your testimony is... I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was standing. I have basically two questions. Follow-up.
Go ahead.
Witness, I refer you to what you said just earlier in response to one of Judge Barty's questions. I will quote from page 64, lines 3 to 5. I could feel just a slight influence of alcohol. I could just feel a bit of reaction in my body. Witness, what is the Do you know what is the alcohol content generally of rakia?
To je različito.
Well, it depends. There are some really light ones, and there are some that are really hard liquor.
Would agree with me that that sometimes homemade rakias could have quite a high percentage of alcohol, wouldn't you?
Pa ako to se računa,
Well, I believe that was 45 degrees, as they call it, 45%, whereas the light one is about half of that.
Thank you, witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, your testimony is completed. The court usher will escort you out of the room. We thank you for being with us and giving us the information that you have. We will start with witness 4444 after the lunch break. There's no reason to start for 10 minutes. So we are adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. We will start now hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04444. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in.
Your Honor, I just have one comment before the witness comes in.
Oh, okay.
And that's it. I raised this in an inter-parties email with the prosecution yesterday, and it has to do with their summary of the evidence that they intend to read. It doesn't reflect, in the spirit of accuracy, it doesn't reflect what the witness is going to say. You know, had this witness said he thought that he was being abducted by the KLA, I'm sure that would have been in these summaries as they have been in the past.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
I'm sorry, Judge, did you hear something?
Go ahead.
Okay. The point is that in numerous places, he gives the reason why he was taken. In this is in it'll be volume 2, but 66662 TRET Part 2, page 12, 5 to 11.
You may read the summary.
I believe, yes.
Your Honor,
Witness,
during
the
public session.
Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon. Couldn't hear you.
Of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, paragraph 2 of the rules. Read the document and then read it out loud.
Solemn declaration, subject to the Rule 149. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Sorry. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 1 day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and the victim's counsel will be next, and then once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and finally, members of the panel may have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. Victim's counsel will take approximately 15 minutes for questions, The defense estimates that it will need 4.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope the counsel will be judicious in their use of the time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SPO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphones and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and then accommodation will be made. We begin with the questions from the prosecutor, from the SPO, on your left side. Madam Prosecutor, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness. Can you hear me all right?
No, if you can turn the volume up a little bit, please.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can.
But just for the record, I will introduce myself again. My name is Lies van Welde, and I'm here today to ask you some questions on behalf of the SPO. As explained during the meeting we had last week, rather than asking questions about every issue you may have relevant information about, it may be possible to admit your prior statements containing such information into evidence. There are a few procedural steps to follow in order to do so. And before turning to these, we will first confirm your identity. Your Honor, if we could please move into private session to confirm the witness's identity.
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Witness, we are now in private session. As explained, that means that no one outside the courtroom can hear what we are discussing.
I'm sorry, it was not on the record. Back into public session, please, to protect the witness's identity.
Your Honor, we are now in public session.
Witness, have you been previously interviewed by the SPO?
Yes.
Officer could please pull up 066662 TR80 Part 1 on page 1, which is not for public broadcast, and we don't need the English on the screen. Witness, looking at the document on your screen, do you recognize this as your SPO interview?
I do.
Of your preparation for your testimony today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of this interview?
Can you please repeat your question?
For your testimony today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of this SPO interview?
I did.
During your preparation session last week, did you have the opportunity to make clarifications and corrections to this SPO interview?
Yes, I did.
Reflected in a note that was then read back to you?
They were.
What was read back to you in that note reflected your changes fully and accurately?
I do.
The changes provided in that note, does this statement accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Can you please repeat your question?
Just provided in the note that was read back to you, does this statement accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Exactly.
Then, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with Decision F1901, the SPO hereby tenders all parts of 066662TR, both the English and Albanian versions, along with the preparation note 116788 to 116790. And this also includes the associated exhibits identified at paragraph 38 of Decision F1901. I can also read those ERNs if that is helpful. Yes, that is 066661 to 066661 and 064890 to 064893, and its English translation, that is the same ERN with ET at the end.
No objection, subject to our prior objections.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objections have been entered. 06662 TR -AT and the English plus the plus 116788 to 116790 and the associated exhibits 06661 to 06661 and 064890 to 064893 are admitted.
Your Honor, for the statement under 066661 TR 18 ET parts 1 to 4. Part 1 will be exhibit P703.1. Part 2 will be Exhibit P 703.2. Part 3 will be Exhibit P 703.3. And Part 4 will be Exhibit P 703.4. For the preparation note under ERN 116788 to 116790, it will be Exhibit P 704. Associate Exhibit with ERN 06661 to 06661 will be Exhibit P 705. And Associate Exhibit 064890 to 064893, and its English translation will be Exhibit P 706.
Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So on 4 November, we circulated the proposed summary of this witness's now admitted Rule 154 statement. And so with your leave, I will now read that summary in open session.
Go ahead.
Witness 4444 was arrested by 8 or 9 armed KLA members, most of whom were wearing masks. He was put into a vehicle with a mask on his head and his hands tied behind his back. The vehicle picked up another arrested person. Both were taken to a room in a building and detained together. Witness 4444 was beaten so badly that he could not breathe, he fell down and lost consciousness. Witness 4444 was not given any explanation or reason for his arrest or detention. After 4 days, witness 4444 was released by prison guards in black uniforms, while the other detainee remained in the room. After his release, witness 4444 had to take medication to relieve the pain caused by the beatings. Your Honor, I do have a few questions to ask the witness. If we could please go to private session for that.
Private session to protect the witness's identity.
Your Honor, we're now in private session.
Thank you. Witness, in your SPO interview, which has now been admitted into evidence, you stated that you were arrested by people in KLA uniforms . Question. Okay, you mentioned that when you were taken inside, you were beaten until you fainted. Answer. Yes, I lost consciousness. Question. How did they beat you? Answer. They were using their fists. They were kicking me. They were hitting me on all directions with whatever. They were hitting me and all over. Witness, does that refresh your recollection as to how you were beaten?
It happened as it is written here. I don't have anything else to add.
On what parts of your body were they beating you?
I don't know. I lost consciousness. I wouldn't know which part of my body they hit me. Was it my body or my head? But it's likely that they hit me on my body, my head, both. But again, I lost consciousness and I had a mask on.
If we can scroll a little bit down, the statement which is currently on the screen, we can go to page 7, line 17 in the English, and I can read it to the witness. It says here, witness, that you indicated during your SPO interview that you were hit on the lower part of your torso. Is that correct?
That's correct. I've forgotten now, 23 years later, what statement I would give. The statement I gave before, which refers to the lower part of the body, that stays and stands.
704, paragraph 5, you also clarified that you were in fact hit in the head. Is that correct as well, witness?
I don't know. I have forgotten.
Beat you?
No, I did not see them.
From what you could feel, do you think it was more than one person?
Yes.
704, paragraph 5, which says many people were hitting you and you lost consciousness. Does that reflect your recollection, witness, that you believe it was many people who were beating you?
I did not see any because I had a mask on. All I know is that they beat me on both sides of my body.
What you could feel, you think that that was more than one person who was giving you the beating?
Is asked that any judge in speculation at this point, the witnesses answer this.
Sustained.
So sorry to change the order, and I think that Mr. Roberts is going to go first with the course lead, but I do believe that my colleague, Mr. Laws, has the floor first.
Microphone, please.
Yes.
Ignored him once again. You may go ahead, Mr. Laws.
Thank you. We're going to need to move into private session because I'm going to ask some questions that will identify this witness. Oh, we are. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. You and I have met, but I'm going to introduce myself for the record. I'm Simon Laws, and I am the victim's counsel in this case. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In terms of your emotional well-being, was there any difference or not?
I felt rather differently.
How
you felt differently?
I didn't feel well. Psychologically, I felt rather embarrassed at what happened.
What was embarrassing about it?
I started to forget, to feel pain in my body, and I felt kind of pressure within myself at what happened to me, what was done to me.
What was embarrassing about it? You started to say that you felt embarrassed about it. What was that?
I cannot give you an answer to this question. I am unable to answer.
All right, well, I shan't take it any further. Thank you. Those are my questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Laws. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honour. If you just bear with me for 2 seconds while I put the lectern up.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, witness. I hope you can hear me. My name is Jeff Roberts. I am counsel for Mr. Salimi, and I have a few questions for you this afternoon. Now, I believe we're in private session to start with. I'm hoping I can do the first section in public session, but just to give you some clear directions, I will not be mentioning any locations in the first part of my cross-examination, so please don't do the same, because that will potentially identify you. So if we can move into open session now.
Madam Court Officer, into private session, please.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you. And just obviously for the court officer, if I ever revert to and ask for parts of the interview to be displayed, that's not for public view as well. It's obviously just for the witness, and same for any other documents. So witness, as we heard earlier, your evidence is that you were taken from your village by 8 to 9 people in a vehicle, and then you were taken to where you were detained. That's correct?
Yes.
And of these 8 or 9 people, I think 7 had masks on and 2 didn't, but their faces were painted. And so you weren't able to recognize any of them, were you?
No, I didn't recognize them.
And you said that they had some uniforms on, but they didn't have any insignia. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And you were taken around the middle of the day, around 11 a.m., so presumably it was quite light, so had they worn insignia, you would have been able to have seen them.
Yes, I would have seen them, but they didn't have any.
So to be clear, without recognizing who they are, and also without there being any insignia on their uniforms, you can't know to whom these individuals belonged, can you?
I didn't know.
And you told the SPO that you had your hands tied while you were put in the vehicle, and then you collected another individual, and then you were taken to the location where you were kept for the next 4 days. But you didn't feel scared because you hadn't done anything. Do you recall that evidence to the SPO?
Yes, that was the question. What you just put to me.
Sorry, do you mean that that's correct, what I put to you?
Can you repeat the question, because I don't think I understood it properly.
I'll try and break it up to make it more easy to follow. So when you were taken, you had your hands tied and you were put in the vehicle. That's correct?
No, they put me in the vehicle, then they tied my hands.
Okay. And then you collected another individual.
I heard it because I didn't see him. I heard that they took someone, I don't know where, because I had this mask on.
The duration of the journey, didn't you, to where you were ultimately detained?
Throughout the journey, yes, I had the mask on. And inside also, when we entered inside, I also had the mask on.
Any other individuals or where you were going during that time?
Nothing. I couldn't see anything.
Just to be clear, during that time you were in the vehicle, nothing was done to you, was it? You were not mistreated during that time?
No. No, they didn't mistreat me. They were correct until we entered that place.
And just to be clear about your ability to recognize anyone, that continued throughout your detention or throughout the time during the location where you were taken to. You never recognized anyone, even when the mask was removed.
No, I didn't recognize anyone.
Now, just to be clear, my understanding from your SBO interview in 2019 is that you allege you were beaten for 20 minutes when you first arrived at the place you were detained. Do you recall giving that evidence to the SPO in 2019?
Can you repeat the question, please? I didn't understand it.
When you spoke to the SBO in 2019, you told them that you had been beaten for approximately 20 minutes. Do you recall that?
Yes, I was beaten, but I didn't see the watch. Maybe for 5 or for 20, I can't say.
Less than that. Could have been less than 20 minutes.
It could have been 5, 10, but to me it seemed a long time because I lost consciousness.
You were beaten or mistreated during your detention, though, wasn't it?
Yes. The only time.
Witness, are you a participating victim in this case?
I think yes, I am a victim.
Application form to participate as a victim in this case.
No.
Did someone fill out a form on your behalf to participate as a victim in this case?
I don't know.
To your understanding, do you believe you are a participating victim in this case?
As far as I know, yes.
if we could display on the screen, this is Annex 46, and this is not for public view, to notification of application forms. I'll give you the reference, which is F01676/A46. I believe this is in English and Albanian. This is obviously not for public display, but maybe if we could have two versions of it and then display side by side, so we can have the English version, which starts at page 7, and the Albanian version, which starts at page 2. So, witness, please don't read it out, but you can confirm that's your name on the screen in front of you. If I can actually just ask you to start with, can you see a document in front of you on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And this appears to be, if you can read at the top of that, if we can just scroll down on the Albanian just so we can see the top of that page. In English, it translates as application for admission as a victim participating in proceedings.
Yes.
You fill this document out? Yourself, I mean, personally?
Yes.
In handwriting, by hand, or typed, do you remember?
I don't remember. I don't know. Probably it was a handwriting, but I'm not very sure.
If we can just go to page 5 of the English, and I will try and confirm the Albanian. And the Albanian version is at page 6 of the entire document. And I'll just read out what it states at the bottom. It says, I certify that I was able to read this application form to participate in proceedings before the Kosovo Specialist Chambers in a language I understand, or failing that, that it was read to me in a language that I understand. I provide my signature below and my initials on each page of this form and the supporting documents. And finally, the information provided in this form is correct to the best of my knowledge. Do you see that, those three affirmations in the Albanian version of the document?
Can you repeat it? I'm not clear.
Read it on screen. If you look at the Albanian version of the document, there are just below section 6, which is in English is signature, there is a phrase in which the person who's signing or filling out this document confirms various things. Can you see that in front of you?
The form attached to the document, you mean?
Maybe I'll read it out again. It states in the English version, I hereby certify that, or confirm that. Can you see where that's written in the middle of the screen?
Yes, yes.
That are confirmed by the person completing this application form.
The form was read out to me in Albanian.
Provided the information and it was read back to you in Albanian and then you confirmed it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if we can move now to the substance of the information you provided. So the Albanian version is page 3 of that document, and the English version is page 8 of that document. So I'll just read from part of the section which is indicated. Please indicate the alleged crime in an indictment confirmed by the Kosovo Specialist Chambers as a direct result of which you became a victim. So you're describing the crime that occurred. And you stated in the middle of that, they put a mask on me and ill-treated me for over an hour. Do you see that in the middle of the Albanian version of section 1 of that document?
Yes, I see that.
It's at least 3 times as long as what you told the SPO and what you told the court moments ago, isn't it?
I didn't have a watch to measure how long they beat me. It might have been 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 or an hour. What do I know?
Long, no idea as to how long it took or how severe the beating was.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Okay, we can leave that document, although I'll be referring back to it later, so it would be good to have it to hand. Now, you also told the SPO that you were beaten up until you lost consciousness. That was in your 2019 interview. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Told the SPO that you were punched and kicked during this time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Denied being hit by a wooden stick, didn't you, in your 2019 interview?
I don't know. I didn't see. I couldn't see because I had the mask on.
But you did state in your 2019 interview that you were not being beaten by a wooden stick.
Now I have forgotten. It's 20-some years after.
If we can put the victim participation form back up on the screen, actually. Again, with that section of the English and Albanian. And now, when you filled out this form, which I believe was in the middle of 2022, you're stating that you were probably beaten by a wooden stick. So that's quite different from what you told the SPO 3 years previously.
I have forgotten. I don't know.
But you confirm that you did tell whoever filled in this form on your behalf that you were beaten with a wooden stick, because this was read back to you in Albanian, as you confirmed earlier.
If I have confirmed it, then that's how it was.
But then when you came here and spoke to the SPO a few days ago, couldn't remember again. If we can go to preparation note 1, and that's P704, paragraph 5. I believe that's just in English, so I'll read that out. And so in paragraph 5, according to the SPO in this note, you say that you were in fact oh sorry, I'll move on to the next sentence. You had a sack or mask over your head and couldn't tell if they were using instruments to beat you or not. Do you remember telling the SBO that on the 4th of November? So that would have been on Saturday, I believe.
Yes, yes.
So is it fair to say that now you cannot remember how you were beaten, but certainly in the application to participate as a victim, you have a much longer length of beating and a beating that also included wooden sticks?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'm suggesting that in your application to participate as a victim in 2022, you have a somewhat different, and if I may say, exaggerated version of what happened in comparison to what you said in 2019.
What I said now, it is true.
You're saying now when you can't remember. Is that what you mean? When you say you can't remember, that's what's true?
I didn't remember then. Now I said what I remembered.
In relation to where you were beaten, I think in 2019 you originally told the SBO that you were not beaten on the head. I know that was raised by Prosecution Counsel earlier today. Do you remember telling the SBO that in 2019? You were very definite about that.
Maybe I have said that, but I have forgotten.
Quote what you said in your SPO interview, which is P703.2, and that's page 7. Question, did you feel, first of all, you mentioned that they were hitting you all over. Were they hitting you on the head? Answer, no on the head, no, only on this part here. So you were very clear that they weren't hitting you on the head, weren't they? Weren't you, sorry, when you spoke to them in 2019.
Since I have given this interview, that's how it has been. Then I remembered. Now I don't remember.
It was only during your preparation session when you claimed you'd been hit in the head, on the head.
I lost consciousness, and I don't know.
What I would suggest to you that you needed to suggest that you had been hit on the head to support your evidence that you had lost consciousness. Do you agree with that proposition or not?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't understand it.
I would suggest to you that you had changed your evidence to now claim that you had been beaten on the head to support your assertion that you had lost consciousness. Do you agree with that or not?
I think that I lost consciousness because they must have hit me on the head. That's my opinion, because you cannot lose consciousness if they beat you on the body.
So, as you had told the SPO very clearly that they had beaten you only on the body, and therefore that wouldn't have justified why you lost consciousness, you changed your story in order to make it consistent. That's the suggestion I'm putting to you.
I don't know how one can lose consciousness if he or she's not hit on the head.
Your Honours, I think I've done as much as I can in private session, sorry, in public session, if we could move back into private session now, because I believe this will identify at least where he was detained.
Private session to protect the witness's identity.
Your Honours, we're in private session.
Now, witness, we've moved into private session now. So obviously, if you want to mention individuals or places, that's absolutely fine. So I will be mentioning places in my questions. And obviously, if you wish to do so in your answer, please feel free. you accept that your evidence has changed and been exaggerated in order to support your application to participate as a victim?
Asked and answer, Your Honours.
Because he didn't give an answer, Your Honour. Thank you. Sorry, did you hear that question, witness? I can ask it again.
Ask it again, please.
So, do you accept that your evidence has changed and been exaggerated in order to support your application to participate as a victim, I should add, in these proceedings?
I do accept it.
Now, if we move on to a reason why you may have been detained. But, Your Honour, if I can just ask, are we going till 4, or is there any issue that you need to deal with before we finish, such as the scheduling for next week? I'm fine to, now is a convenient time to stop, or I can continue, but it will be in the middle of a topic.
We have one brief item to deal with, but you go ahead until 4.
Thank you. Now, if I can just deal briefly with
You will need to be, your testimony today is concluded. You will need to be back here at 9 o'clock on Monday to finish your testimony. The court usher will escort you out of the courtroom. Remember not to talk to anyone about this case, about what you've heard in this courtroom or what you've said in the courtroom. If anyone tries to talk to you about this, this case outside of the courtroom, please notify us. You may leave with the court usher now. Madam Court Officer, back into public session, please. And I understand,
Your Honors, we're in public session.
I understand you have some corrections you wish to make to the ERNs.
Yes, Your Honors, thank you. Correction for the record for the map that was marked by the previous witness. I assigned it Exhibit P701, where it should have been P702. And for the current witness, I erroneously quoted the ERN for the statement as it should have been 06662 instead of 06661. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. How much longer do you have, Mr. Roberts?
Probably half an hour to 45 minutes, Your Honour. I'll look at over the weekend and see, but in around that amount of time, I would suggest.
Mr. Keogh?
You know, certainly it depends what my colleague covers, because I'll try not to do that again, but I shortened my time to an hour and a half, but I think it'd probably be somewhere around an hour, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I think we'll be less than we is an hour, but perhaps 20 minutes, half an hour or so.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis?
We do have some material. We're aiming at half an hour, but it might be a little more.
Thank you. So we are adjourned until 9 o'clock Monday morning. Thank you for your attendance.
Your Honour, just sorry, very briefly before we leave, I'm sorry for leaving it for the last minute. We've obviously received from the prosecution the list of witnesses and the order they intend to call them next week. Can we just get clarity that that is exactly what's going to happen and that that's acceptable for the trial panel? Because obviously there are, it's a new way of scheduling witnesses, if I can put it that way. So just if there are going to be any changes or any issues with what the prosecution has proposed, and I'm not suggesting that I have any issues at the moment, but if there are any problems to be resolved, that we do that as early as possible and preferably not on Monday morning.
Is everything set for next week?
Yes, we have sent an email around today, and so we can start the next witness if there is time left on Monday. Yeah.
And you can live with the schedule you gave?
Yes, we can.
All right. And bearing in mind that, is it Tuesday and Wednesday that we have the video link on Tuesday and Wednesday?
Yes.
All right.
So
Everyone
to be
knows
very
we're
clear,
gonna-
that witness will not finish on the Thursday and will continue over until the next block.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And everyone's aware of the hours now that we're going to be using on Tuesday and Wednesday to deal with the video link. Any questions about that? All right, thank you very much. We're adjourned.
All rise.